For generations, we have found security in borders and weapons, in the numbers of fellow humans who stand to protect and defend us against each other. Is this really what we want? Do we, the collective human race, really choose war? We all know in our hearts we are actually one family, and yet, even with how far we've come, the threat of world war still looms. Will we continue to allow bloodshed to be the legacy left to our children? Global family, it is time to claim our future of peace. On behalf of our children and our children's children, today we declare world peace. To the sources of conflict and injustice to the innocent, you have been given notice. A global movement is arising in the hearts of men and women of all races, all traditions, all generations. We, the people, are unifying in peace as one human family, for goodness, for hope, for unity and love. Join us from all around the world to create this historic moment on September 21st, our collective global declaration of peace. For those of you who hear this call, consider this the flag being raised. Now is the time to unify.
We live in a connected universe. Nature reveals this to us. Have you ever wondered what the invisible force is that connects schools of fish and birds in flight? Perhaps this is the same force that connects all of humanity. Modern science has proven that this shared force is our collective consciousness, an intelligence that exists within and between us all. Why then is it that we experience division, separation, and isolation? Why is it that despite the truth that we are all connected, we feel so alone? Since the beginning of time, human beings have tapped into this innate wisdom and living intelligence of nature. But how? Through connection. Connection to self, others, the universe, and our love. That is the joy of serving others. Despite our apparent differences, we all desire to feel peace, love, and belonging. Perhaps you have actually experienced this connection, this magical sixth sense and innate superpower within. On September 21st, we invite you to join us at World Peace Day to create a more connected and conscious world, to unify and touch this power that inspires global movements. Artists, influencers, visionaries, culture creators, and everyday people will share their pivotal realizations, the connected moments that have shaped them. We believe we are at the brink of the largest breakthrough humanity has ever seen, a historic shift in human consciousness. Connect Universe is here to inspire the shift from separation to connection, to support you in experiencing more happiness, creativity, and fulfillment through the power of connection, and most importantly, to share this power with others in service for the greater good. For millennia, mankind has asked the question, who am I? In pursuit of an eternal truth. Across all cultures, all traditions, and all philosophies. With dedicated practice and commitment, these explorers of the inner world would spend a lifetime just to catch a glimpse of an answer to this question. And those who caught more than just a glimpse found something indescribable, something beyond the limitations of the self, an awakening into a persistent state of inner peace and well-being, a state of flow, joy, and ease. Yet there are no guarantees for the adventurous. There are those who seek but do not find on this quest, dedicating years to practices that yield no fruit, having no map for awakening. But in 2006, a group of scientists set out to research the phenomenon of awakening. Traveling across 6 continents and studying various lineages, they cataloged over 1,000 methods. And over the course of 10 years and 9 trials, they isolated 26 as the most effective. A millennia of wisdom, distilled into 26 practices, combined with the best methods that Western psychology has discovered for lasting happiness and well-being. The Finder's Course Protocol is the first roadmap to awakening, integrating ancient wisdom with modern science to safely, quickly, and reliably bring about transformation. Built using gold standard psychological measurements and the latest biometric technologies, the subjective experience of awakening has finally been made objective. And most importantly, the protocol works. 99% of participants reported significant improvements in key scientific metrics of well-being: reduced stress, reduced negative emotion, decreases in depression, increases in overall happiness, increased sense of life meaning, even significantly improved relationships. And for the majority, 73% of participants experienced what can only be described as an awakening, a shift into a persistent state of inner peace and lasting well-being. Now, for the first time in history, those who seek
This is the human heart. Central to our physical body our survival, revered by poets throughout history as the emotional center of our being, the place we instinctively touch when asked to point to ourselves. And now, what we have known intuitively is being understood scientifically. Researchers are unlocking a new science of the heart that could change everything we know about health and our interconnected nature. Coherence is a state of balance between heart, mind, and emotions, creating a favorable cascade of neural, hormonal, and biochemical events that benefit the entire body. But this phenomenon not only benefits us personally, it affects everything around us, emitting an electromagnetic field that can be measured up to 3 feet outside of the body. When you are in coherence, your heart resonates at the same frequency as the Earth's magnetic field. This frequency positively affects everything around you. When a group of people are in coherence together, this effect is magnified. Could communities synchronized in coherence lower violence, accelerate cooperation, and global harmony? This is the purpose of the Global Coherence Pulse. If we can measure the impact of thousands of people in coherence at the same time, it could lead to a breakthrough in understanding the full potential of the human heart. All you need to participate is your presence and your heart. To take it to the next level, join the research study by downloading the app and getting an HRV monitor to measure your personal coherence. The world needs it more than ever before. Each human heart is unique and magnificent by itself. But imagine what could be possible when we unify.
My grandfather named me Takaya. It means special waters. I speak for the spirit of water and those who have no voice. I speak for the children that are inheriting this planet. Throughout history, people of all races, religions, and ways of life have honored their sacred connection to water. I can see clearly, through the sentimental veil of childhood memories, the voices of my elders that taught me about the water as a sacred being. And today, this relationship has been forgotten. Water. It is the foundation of life itself. As it flows through the rivers and streams, it flows through each and every one of us. It hurts me to see how our water is suffering. And I hear Mother Earth crying out, and I know that I am not alone. Unsafe water kills more people than war. Life is not possible without water. Water gives life to all of us. I am here to tell you not to forget that the human race is a dynamic of diversity. And in the end, it does not matter who you are, your race, religion, or wealth, for we all drink from the same worldwide well. There is a beauty in every drop of water, and when water flows together, it is powerful, capable of creating amazing change. We are water, and together we create change. On March 22nd, World Water Day, we unify at 3 p.m. your local time, creating a wave of global synchronized prayer, traveling around the world to heal the waters and restore their purity. Pray for solutions, pray for clean water, for new ideas, for joy, for hope. Pray to heal the pollution in the water, pray to heal the radiation in the water, and pray for those willing to help, for those taking action. And pray in thanks and gratitude for all that water gives us. And and for whatever water means to you. Be a part of this global wave. On March 22nd, we launch a year-long campaign of action. Together, we can restore our sacred waters. We are protected by water in our mother's womb, and now it is our turn to protect and love the water of our Mother Earth. Thank you.
This is your home. Planet Earth. A living spaceship flying through the cosmos at 1,000 miles per hour. No matter what type of human you are indigenous to Earth. Earth is foundational to all life and unifies us. So magnificently present and abundant in our experience that we often take it for granted. During this global quarantine, our sense of separation from nature is more pronounced than ever. And yet, while humanity cocoons itself indoors, nature flourishes, breathing a sigh of relief from humanity's persistent extraction. The engine of modern civilization has nearly turned off. And while it's off, we have a moment to consider. Do we really want this machine to keep barreling forward in the same way? Before we turn it back on, what would we change? How would we course correct? What do we know now that we got wrong when we built all of these systems? And how can we make small shifts to bring it all back into harmony with nature? What if we decided that proliferating billions of single-use items was simply not an option? What if we considered the full lifespan of everything we created and the impact it will have on our planet for 7 generations? What if we decided to live in the awareness that we are nourished and supported in every moment by the fruits of our earth? We must remember that the water that fills our bodies was birthed by the earth. The air we breathe was first exhaled generously from our friends in the plant kingdom. Our food begins with this and results in this. This is the magic of our beautiful and majestic planet Earth. In our heart of hearts, we know that we have betrayed her in many ways. But now is an opportunity to make a fundamental shift. On April 22nd, we celebrate the 50th anniversary of Earth Day. Earth Day began in 1970 after a major ecological disaster sparked outrage, giving rise to a movement of nearly 20 million people in the United States demanding greater environmental protection. Since then, Earth Day has grown into the largest secular holiday on the planet, with over 1 billion people celebrating it annually in over 190 countries around the world. While the engine's off, this is our moment to step into a new paradigm for humanity. A moment where we recognize our symbiotic nature with our living home, this living being. No matter what your situation is or where you are, we invite you to find a way to connect with nature and give thanks. Join us for a global synchronized moment of meditation at 7 p.m. Pacific Time on April 22nd at facebook.com/unify. The Earth can thrive without us, but we cannot survive without her. Visit earthx.org and facebook.com/unify on April 22nd to join the celebration. The global pause caused by the pandemic is uniting the world in new ways. While on the surface, we may seem more separated than ever, this common experience is inviting humanity to see just how connected we truly are. Seizing this moment, we have an opportunity to foster a truly historic movement towards global unity. Can you imagine what it would feel like to shift from me to we? Can you imagine what a more unified world might look like? This is the modern world today, a collection of over 190 nations separated by artificial borders. The diversity of our global family is beautiful, and yet, too often, we have allowed our differences to divide us. Each nation looking out for its own self-interest, often at the expense of another, or worse, at the expense of our planet and all of life. And could it be that during times of greatest tension, we have the biggest opportunity for true unity to emerge? What would it feel like to see ourselves as citizens of the planet first, without losing our national and cultural identities? Are we ready to experience what's possible with a genuine spirit of unity? World Unity Week is convened by over 70 civil society organizations from all over the world. Join us for 8 powerful days of events, performances, and conversations as thousands gather to forge a new path for humanity. You are invited to join or even host sessions. This event isn't the same old sages on a stage, and yes, anyone can host a session. Never underestimate the power of your voice to influence the path of history. Participate by attending live, hosting a session, or becoming a partner. Go to worldunityweek.org now to reserve your spot in the world's biggest conversation as we collectively answer the call and help turn the planet towards a beautiful and vibrant future for all.
For ages, women have been gathering in circle to heal ourselves and heal our communities. We are at a time where the true power of the feminine is rising again. In pockets all over the world, women are gathering in circle to heal our deep wounds, share our stories, and empower each other's voices. We are the women of the earth. We are lifted by the love and sweat poured into the efforts that have brought us here. We move beyond all doubt and fear, and we have risen from the ashes and the tears. We are strong. We are stronger due to those who stood in the name of peace, despite judgment, opposition, and threat. We are wiser for the compassion shared by those who endured suffering and injustice, yet spoke of freedom and forgiveness for all. Their voices still echo in our hearts, announcing that love and equality are the most powerful threads in the fabric of human creation. We stand arm in arm with those who feel and those who see the profound potential of this new chapter in human society, where the feminine essence is valued as holy, and all men and women are equally free. Mother, sister, daughter, child. We stand together. We are the sweet chorus of inspirational leaders, caregivers, and teachers who are birthing a new world. Now is the time to unify. On March 8th, International Women's Day, we invite all women to gather together in circle. All women from every tradition and every nation. Share your stories, share your pain, share your wisdom, and together we share our victory. Together, we ignite a global sisterhood. Together, we heal our planet. Thank you.
Since the beginning of time, humans have looked into the sky and wondered, who am I? Why am I here? What is this existence? The first yogis and meditators were the ones who turned inwards in search of these answers. And what they discovered was a reality so profound and subtle that their vision of life was transformed. These mystic yogis experienced the divine. They saw all of life as a unity in diversity, kept in balance by cosmic laws and connected by a source of consciousness. Their teachings became the spiritual paths that guide seekers to have this experience for themselves, reminding us that the truth we seek is within us, and that learning to live in harmony and wisdom is the journey of every soul. On June 21st, join us for World Yoga Day in an online yoga experience where you meet teachers and fellow seekers that deepen your connection to spirit, offering creativity, consciousness, and education for the soul. Explore different aspects of yoga as a mystical science that supports you on the journey within.
May peace prevail on earth. Europe. May peace be in Europe. May peace prevail on earth. The Middle East. May peace be in the Middle East. May peace prevail on earth. Asia. May peace be in Asia. May peace prevail on earth. The Pacific. May peace be in the Pacific. May peace prevail on earth. Africa. May peace be in Africa. May peace prevail on earth. South America. May peace be in South America. May peace prevail on earth. North and Central America. May peace be in North and Central America. May peace prevail on earth. The indigenous nations. May peace be in all the indigenous nations. May peace prevail on earth. May peace prevail on earth. May peace prevail on earth. May peace prevail on earth.
We all share a deep ancestral connection to this sacred space. But somewhere along the way we lost sight of this divinity. Health, ritual, and peace became expendable. Now is the time to return to our power, to embrace the traditions that have revered our divine feminine, to awake the community that surrounds you, to awake your inner body. Join us as we create change from within.
Under the leadership of Kunyai Chan Konokyung, the most outstanding disciple of the great master Pratmongkol Tep Muni, Sotjan Tatsaro, Venerable Tamachiyo, Venerable Tatat Chiwo, and a community of loyal followers of the great master, set out to build a temple to be a sanctuary for meditation and the dissemination of invaluable knowledge about the truth of life to humanity. Their earnest mission was to bring peace and happiness to the world. Wat Prat Thamagaya was formally established on Makat Busha Day, February 20th, 1970, on a barren 78-acre parcel of land in Kranglong district of Pathum Thani province, with an initial budget of merely 3,200 baht, or $160 in 1970. The temple was created with the ideal: build a temple to be a true temple, cultivate monks to be true monks, develop people to be virtuous people that the world needs. For over 40+ years, and through the help and dedication of countless people, the sanctuary has become Wat Prat Thamagaya that we see today. The temple has supporters from various age groups, gender, economic backgrounds throughout Thailand, who would travel to the temple to practice meditation. The temple began modestly with 100 supporters and grew to 1,000, and from 1,000, it quickly swelled to 100,000. Starting from a small pavilion called Jatu Maharajika, it expanded to a thatched roof meditation hall, and finally led to the Dhammagaya Assembly Hall that can comfortably accommodate up to 300,000 people. The sole aim was to create a place where people from all walks of life can come to perform good deeds through the act of giving, observing the precepts, meditating, chanting, etc. One of the temple's principal buildings is the Mahadhammagaya Sitya, the pagoda of 1 million Buddhas. Completed on April 22, 2000, it is the world's largest Buddhist monument, where 300,000 Buddha images are enshrined on the exterior dome, and an additional 700,000 Buddha images on the inside. Designed to last for 1,000 years, this structure has an area to accommodate 1 million people from around the world, who one day would come to practice meditation in the pursuit of achieving world peace. Wat Prat Thamagaya also has numerous branch centers across Thailand and around the world, where events and activities to foster world peace are consistently organized. All of Wat Prat Thamagaya's programs and constructions were never intended to benefit just one person, but they are intended for the entire human race to achieve the same shared goal, world peace. It is now the responsibility of each and every one of us, regardless of one's nationality and religion, to unite and make the necessary sacrifices to make world peace a reality. Let us begin by cultivating the love, compassion, and happiness within ourselves so that they can ultimately lead us to world peace.
if you listen to yourself, if you go deep within yourself, you will see there is something natural which belongs to you, something which is untouched, which is not manipulated, which is not accessible to any conditions. That's your true nature. Whenever you talk about God or the divine, you are talking about yourself. Even when you talk about enlightenment, you are talking about yourself. The connection between you and your true nature. How can I reclaim myself? How can I get contact with myself? This is your search. This is your inner longingness. Find the language which is closer to you. Approach yourself as a whole being, as sacred, and you will find that something is happening within you. Something which cannot be taken away by death. Something infinite. Something so vast. The cosmic divine. That's you.
We've been working with these questions since 1978, researching the foundations of a non-violent culture, experimenting with how the world that we create can become compatible with the world that has created us. Taking a holistic approach, we've been addressing the basic areas of human life.
Sunrise to sunset, all the way through.
We are establishing what we call a healing biotope, showing that we can in fact live together in cooperation and trust, honoring the earth and all that lives. In a healing biotope, all different social and ecological solutions are fused into a unified system, a blueprint for a possible post-capitalist society. Through the Healing Biotopes plan, we seek to support global system change, bringing together a planetary community around a shared vision. Incubating centers and regions around the world to model a new system that can make the existing one obsolete. We invite you all, let's collaborate, let's defend the sacred, Let's lead the transition into a regenerative and more peaceful world.
Hello, beautiful people of light and love, cosmic family. I am Maru from Mexico City. I am here in Canada today to join the meditation group for Peace Day for Equinox. This is a very important moment in life because many alineations, cosmic alineations are happening and transformational energy is coming through us. So it's an invitation for us to become one within our highest version of ourselves and to spend less time in the drama or these emotions that are bringing us down. So this is an invitation to go through the door of initiation and transformation, to let go of the heaviness and the heavy weights that are draining us. Please unplug all the things that are not valuable for you or for your growth, to raise consciousness, but with examples, not with words, with actions and decisions, and make the most of it for you to become the best version of your own self. You are already a light being. It's not that you're becoming. You just need to let go of whatever is not allowing you to see that. So join that peace that is already within you. Don't look for that outside. It's already there. So just let go, unplug, and become who you really are, and which is already there inside. Thank you. Love you.
Ying is an online platform for mission-driven communities to connect, discover gig opportunities, and group Skillshare tasks in real time. Ying makes hiring and securing gigs easy for businesses by allowing you to create a trusted network of skills and resources to lean on when you need them. Our communities are already abundant with the talent and minds that can make any vision come to life when we work together. You can find your next graphic designer, business consultant, or even a friend to go on a hike with, and so much more instantly at your fingertips with Ying. We're starting an evolution to build the culture that cares through group skill sharing.
Yeah, I believe if we as a human species can live in harmony with each other, with the planet, with other planets, with basically the entire universe, where there is no separation, you know, everything will sort of like flower and blossom from there. There will be no schism between ourselves and each other. There will be no racism. There will be no poverty. There will be any of these things that basically stem and result from this schism that's occurred with our species, where we're separated from nature and from each other. So I believe societies that are based on beings that have become awakened would perfectly be harmonious. You know, the boundary between dream and reality, this waking life would be dissolved. You know, synchronicity would just be so common. We'd basically be co-creating a dream state with each other.
Well, the essence of it really is oneself in the center, always remembering to come from the heart and feeling the love that we have, the love for humanity, the love for life in general, and guided by that love, then we can move forward in the right direction, evolving in the right way for the next paradigm shift. The piece really is about how we each nurture a seed, in a sense. If we're all a seed, we all fertilize our seed of creation and see it grow.
Several of my political pieces kind of show the destructive aspect of humanity. This particular picture, I incorporated some of those elements here, but I also wanted to show where we could go instead. And so I had a lot of fun with this picture, actually imagining how this sustainable world might work. And so I have some terraced farming fields and some large, what I consider would be greenhouse and condominium combinations where people have an indoor controlled environment where not only do they live, but they also recycle the water and grow a lot, a considerable portion of their food inside these places. And I'm imagining all these things have solar particles covering their surfaces, nano solar particles which exist today and could be done, and wind energy and tidal energy and various forms of alternative energy here are all working together to provide these people the power they need to run this place. These people like to get together. They're gregarious. Some of them engage in creative arts. Some of them merely like to walk around and enjoy their environment. Some of them get together and share meals and experiences and maybe make a little music. And over here I've showed some of the buildings close up. I imagine these, of course, are all solar panels. Everybody has a room with a view. Some of these are cafes and public places. Some of them are private residences. And just for fun, I put a little floor here on this building that I consider to be the car museum, a museum of automotive technology of some earlier age. These guys have a railway system and a highway system. I imagine this is entirely solar powered. And the vehicles they're riding in, of course, are electronically guided so that you can relax and have a cup of coffee and watch a movie while you're making a long trip. In the middle here, I wanted to show the transition of things. And so there's kind of like I left this part of what I envisioned to be a ruined wall here from this side of life. The passersby have added their little graffiti and marks, tag the wall in some way. And so I have a bunch of symbols and things I take to symbolize both positive and negative aspects of humanity and our culture over the centuries. So that's another little place to explore and get some clues to what this picture is all about.
I think I'd probably want to create like a global network of healing art centers. Just create across the globe a whole grid of these wonderful places where we can come and create and just be inspired by the land and the structures, like for instance where we are, and keep this going, and keep building upon it, and just a place where we can always know we can come and tap into the land and create and co-create and share and be inspired and this, and just continue to grow that. That would be the quickest way to really take our planetary consciousness into the next phase that we need to create.
So it's about remembering to always come back to that place of love and know that through that powerful energy that everything will be just fine, that there is nothing to fear if there is love in one's life, because abundance will always come from there.
If it's true that groups like ISIS emerged from the soil of war, then perhaps we should explore new ways to fight terrorism. What would happen if a man walked into a Syrian village within sight of ISIS, took out a guitar, and began singing prayers of peace? What would happen if Leaders from the three Abrahamic religions, Jewish, Christian, and Muslim, stood shoulder to shoulder with that musician, meditating for peace in war-torn Syria. What would happen if millions of people just like you stopped at the exact moment this gathering takes place and sent their loving thoughts and prayers to all those that are suffering? On February 1st, just days from now, you can be part of one of the most significant global meditations in history. I'm James Twyman, and I'm going to be collaborating with Unify.org and the Abrahamic Reunion to conduct a global experiment in peacemaking. On February 1st, I will actually step into a Syrian village just within sight of ISIS, where I'll perform prayers of peace alongside leaders from Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. Our vision is that you and millions of others join me for a worldwide synchronized meditation. A multitude of studies have proven that when large numbers of people focus positive intentions on a singular crisis, a measurable shift occurs. So please take just 10 minutes out of your day on February 1st to meditate for the children and victims of war in Syria. There's no way to know how this will go or if it will even work, but with all the suffering that's happening right now in the world, isn't this worth a try? For safety reasons, we're not going to release the exact location or the time of the meditation until just one day before, but if you register your email right now, on January 31st, we'll send you all the information you'll need so that you can participate. Just go to worldpeacepulse.com right now. Please dedicate just 10 minutes of your time on February 1st. Join me and millions of others as we shine our collective light on Syria and even ISIS, all in the name of peace.
My name is Shinkmanu, horse thief, a leader of warriors who takes the enemy's best horses, and I stand fully responsible before the Creator for all my words and my actions. And I wish you a most beautiful day, a day filled with peace and understanding, first within, and then wherever we might walk. Howell Mishante Washte. One of the sacred teachings that was passed on to me after a very sacred peyote meeting by a Dene medicine man to my dear brother Sam Windyboy and myself, when we offered him tobacco and asked him what was it that he had taken from the chest of this woman, which doctors could not cure. He said, well, boys, he said, I've found there's 4 kinds of bad medicine. The foundation of all. He said, first of all, bad thoughts. If you think bad thoughts about yourself, about others, you're using bad medicine. He said the second bad medicine which destroys the soul is backbiting and gossip. He said you should have no part of backbiting and gossip, including listening to it. He said the third kind of bad medicine is dirty looks. You've had that happen to you, I'm sure. When you're going along and somebody gives you that dirty look, that's bad medicine. That hurts the soul. And the last he said are bad words. When we say bad words to others, that is also bad medicine. So I ask that as we move forward in this parliament of peace, that backbiting and gossip be completely removed from our circle. That there will be no bad thoughts about ourselves and others. There will be no backbiting and gossiping that destroy the soul. We'll only have a pleasant smile and look as we interact with each other. And we'll have no bad words to say to one another. We'll find words that uplift the soul, that uplift the spirit, that give us unity and happiness and peace. Howell Michante Washte. Why Why Wayonkie, Wayonkie, Chanupa Kile, Wakayelo, Wayonkie, 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 Chanupa Kile, Wakayelo, Wayonkie. And identical to that song, from the other part of Mother Earth, is their sacred chant that says the same thing. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. As well as recognizing oneness, this also Om Namah Shivaya honors and respects all the elements of life. So Mitakiepi, as we move forward to end war and begin peace on earth by unifying our human family, is so important every day to be able to say to ourselves, I am a sovereignty, ancient, imperishable, and everlasting. I am a sovereignty, ancient, imperishable, and everlasting. I am a sovereignty, ancient, imperishable, and everlasting. That is a reality of who we are. We are sacred beings on a sacred journey. And also to remember and understand the principle of the prior unity and oneness of our human family. We have always been who we are. We have always had this soul that transcends this physical world of time and space. This soul that can never die. This soul that has capacities we haven't even begun to understand. But as we leave now the adolescence of our human family and step into the adulthood, our spiritual adulthood, not only on this planet, but throughout this galaxy, all that we've gone through will be understood as a process of perfection, a process of unity, a process of learning.
Today is the International Day of Peace. I am honored to share the Dhammakai meditation and the idea of world peace through inner peace with the Congress for World Peace on behalf of the Dhammakai Foundation. World peace must begin with inner peace. When every person attains peace within, the thought of conflict will recede. Loving kindness and compassionate thoughts towards others will grow instead. This makes us want to share and give, rather than take from others. This is the quote of my master, Lumpot Tamashayo. He has spent over 50 years in his monkhood promoting and instilling inner peace in the minds of people around the world through meditation practice. He steadfastly believes in the vision, world peace through inner peace. He said, attaining inner peace is the only way to create true world peace. Inner peace is the source of happiness, the origin of purity, and the foundation of wisdom. Therefore, world peace is not just a dream. It is achievable through inner peace. When human minds are polluted by greed, hatred, and delusion, their thoughts, speeches, and action will be toxic and destructive. They will do anything for their profits and gains. They will take advantage of others. When they can't have what they desire, they hold grudges and retaliate. The vicious cycle of revenge will continue endlessly. National resources belong to every person, and they should be shared for the maximization of the benefits of humankind. Only when the mind is clear and free from greed, hatred, and delusion, they can see this reality. Every human being should love others instead of hating one another. Greed, anger, and delusion are the pollution in their mind, which cloud their perception of realizing this truth. There is no human being who is the enemy of another human being. The true enemies are the pollution in everyone's mind. My master said, I don't want to see anyone live their lives in vain. I don't want to see anyone live their lives in suffering. Everyone can find a place of peace and happiness inside themselves. Meditation is the simplest, cheapest, and most effective method to attain inner peace. World peace can be achieved without any cost at all. We have been trying to build peace through conferences, meetings, and treaties. It shows that we share one united mind with a common goal. Now it is time for us to bring those minds to the point of inner peace. It is time for us, for all human beings, to cease fighting and stop looking at the differences we have. It is time to still our minds inside and recognize the similarities we share. When our minds stand still, the pollution in our minds will be cleansed. Our thoughts, speeches, and actions will be full of love and compassion again. Meditation is a skill of keeping our mind stand still within ourselves. It can be achieved by keeping our awareness at the center of the body. It is the point at the end of our breath in the middle of our abdomen. As we continue maintaining our awareness of that point gently and comfortably, our minds will be purified from pollution. After our minds are clear and bright, my master also gave us the daily practices to be the agent of peace. First, before bedtime, keeps our mind still and centered until we fall asleep within the basin of our inner peace. Second, after getting up, keep our minds still at the center. Remind ourselves how fortunate to be alive for another day and wish all beings to live happily. Third, always keep our minds centered while we carry on with every activity. Fourth, close our eyes and keep our minds still for 1 minute in every hour. Fifth, create a joyful atmosphere with smiles and endearing speeches. Now, let's start our meditation. Let's begin with closing your eyes gently and relax every part of your body. Please adjust your sitting posture until you are in the most comfortable position. Gently turn your attention back to be with your body sensation and observe your entire body to see that your blood circulation flows smoothly from top to toes. Relax every muscle, beginning from the top of your head and gently move down to relax your forehead. Relax the muscle around your eyes, your temples, nose, cheeks. Gently move your attention to relax the back of your head, down to your neck, shoulders, arms, hands. Feeling that relaxation down to the tips of your fingers. Relax the muscle at your chest and move it down to the abdomen. Relax the muscle in both of your legs, feet, down to your toes. Softly keep your attention with the feeling of your entire body while allow both of your shoulders to drop and rest naturally with all of your facial muscles so relaxed. Imagine that you are sitting here alone in an empty, open space without any person or any matter to be concerned. Just yourself sitting alone in this open space. Imagine that you are in the middle of your own space, where you can extend your attention until it touches the horizon. Here in this spot, you may set your mind free from all matters and affairs. Whatever thoughts or any worries you have inside, gently relieve them all. Let them be blown away into your surrounding space, while keeping aware of how comfortable and relaxed you are. Relax every part from head to the toes until you begin to feel the calmness and comfort coming from inside, where you can gently turn your attention back to the point within your body. Gently bring your attention down to the center of the body, which is in the middle of your abdomen. It is the point where you can feel inner comfort radiating from. It is the home of the mind, where the mind can rest and can dwell deeper, deep in inner peace. So let your mind stay still with the inner peace inside at the center. You may imagine a shining bright sun to symbolize your mind standing still inside. Imagine the sun shining bright at the center of your body. Keep aware of the sun. Feel its warmth, glowing, radiating. The radiation of the sun inside is expanding along with your peace energy and your loving kindness for all beings. Maintain your attention with this warm, bright, shining sun, so gently, comfortably, and relaxingly, until your whole body sensation is melting away. When the mind stands still, it will rest deeper in the basin of inner peace. Deep inside, bright and clear, there is immense amount of peace energy that we can share. That peace energy transforms into loving kindness and compassion, which carry our positive intents to the rest of the world. So please keep aware of your inner peace, inner comfort, and the sun shining bright inside. Stillness of the mind is the key to success. Center of the body is the point of deep true peace within, the gateway to the deeper layer, the purity we all share inside. You may gently turn your attention back to be with your body sensation. Observe the feeling on your face, your skin, your hands, feeling your breath as you are inhaling gently and softly, and exhale. Breathe deeper, gentler than before, and exhale. Now that your mind rested deep in inner peace, you may now open your eyes and share your smile. World peace cannot be achieved by one person. It requires a collective effort to attain inner peace. If every person realizes that the goal of life is to attain inner peace, the world will truly be peaceful.
Vidhiji. Kilkacht gus mó siol nandru.
Gratitude for this opportunity to be here in this incarnation upon this planet. Gratitude to the gift of life we've been given, to all our ancestors lined up behind us. We are the reality of their dreaming.
Let us come together in one mind, as one heart and one body. Ay.
Hatunga po kamba ursa tami manyani. Sumag yueita, sumag shungutan yukanchik takui.
My name is Jyoti. I'm one of the wisdom keepers. An amazing circle of beings that have come from all different parts of the world because we were called here. Our First Nation peoples have a way of life that is sacred and has been given to them by this Mother Earth and Father Sky, and it is the remedy of this time. That I am sure of.
Personas que viven con la nueva tecnología es que están muy separados de la naturaleza. Hace que no puedan tener ese viaje con el corazón. Ese viaje con el corazón, la mente y el espíritu.
それを教えていたのが先住民族であり、長老たちであり、シャーマンたちでした。本当にその意味を知ってる人たちがもう隠れていないでもっと表に出てきた。
Our mother is crying. She is literally crying to her children for help.
So the message that she brings today is, are you listening?
Allow yourself to feel.
La contaminación de los ríos, la contaminación de los océanos, el fuego en la Amazonía. Los desastres naturales están viniendo. ¿Cómo es posible la gente no puede sentir o ver eso?
We are listening. You have called us to wake up in this time. Help us stay strong so we can march forward now on a planet with one heart.
We're able to feel through direct experience what it's like to come together like our ancestors once came together, to reflect, to pray, to listen.
Es por eso los indígenas estamos viajando a muchos lugares para poder ayudar, para que la gente pueda conectarse con la naturaleza y especialmente con su corazón.
In the midst of untruth, truth persists. In the midst of darkness, light persists.
Anybody knows that the people have the power. All we have to do is awaken the power in the people.
I have committed myself to the promotion of peace in the country.
Inner peace is the ultimate source of happiness, joyfulness.
It's been another day of unrest across North Africa
More than
and the Middle
50,000
East.
people took to the streets of Athens on Wednesday.
And again, tens of thousands of people have taken to the streets to show how unhappy they are with the state of democracy.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's absolutely wonderful. And here in our midst, as you probably know, for us Druids, we see the work of a divine hand in nature. When we blessed this cordon of flowers earlier, and I said, later on, when this is over, we'll lay the mistletoe on the altar stone at the back there. Because to us, that's the moment, again, when earth and sun unite at this particular time. And because we're doing this rebirth of care ceremony, let me tell you why it is. We're doing it to call in just a moment on the ancient goddess of care. Why? Because there's been all this nonsense going on in the press all over the world about the Bohemian Grove in America having a ceremony for the destruction of care. And we think this, if you destroy care, it's what brings in the military-industrial complex. It's what brings in all kinds of problems that we don't need in the world. So, with this new morning at the beginning of the Aquarian age, ladies and gentlemen, because it's the new morning of the Mayan calendar, and it's the new morning of the Aquarian age. We are going to call on care, the goddess of care, to come back to us as the principal spirit of this new age. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're ready, we're going to do a line at a time. I'm going to do a line, Dona's going to do a line. We'll repeat it again like we've been doing at the beginning. The first one goes, from ancient groves of Arcady,
From
ancient groves of Arcady,
From mountaintop and sanctuary,
from mountaintop and sanctuary, Charis, goddess of care and charity. Charis, goddess of care and charity.
you who seek for love alone to rule,
You who seek for love alone to rule. Return from veils of death and tragedy. Return from veils of death and tragedy.
raise our hopes, our dreams, our destiny.
Raise our hopes, our dreams, our destiny. Give your gift of care to mankind. Give your gift of care to mankind.
So we shall never more despair.
So we shall never more despair.
So mote it be.
So mote it be. O Charis, goddess of care and love, return in this new age, this new aeon, to bless us all. Ladies and gentlemen, that lovely IO of yours, as I raise this cordon of flowers, notice Let it be. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Bless you all. That's wonderful stuff. Thank you so much. And now I'm going to introduce who didn't come on much to begin with, but they've got a very important announcement. If you thought the work we did this morning, the healing spells were edgy, you wait to hear this now. Here comes Arthur Pendragon and Kaz, if I can find it. Here she is, that's right, with an announcement particularly for this moment of 11:11. And before we do the querying chant again.
Here, a day on from the end of days, there is a window of opportunity for a brave new dawn. As the ancient Druids were responsible for all things temporal and political, so too are their modern counterparts.
So I, Arthur, of the Britons, call on the peoples of the world to unite with one voice and demand their governments adopt what may be called the Stonehenge Message, a 3-point plan for world peace, an end to economic slavery, and a greener planet. And I call on the leaders of all and of no faiths to support such a call.
For far too long have we, mankind, faced the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Now is the time to challenge their hold over us. Challenge now or forever be enslaved.
We, the people, the common folk of all nations, brothers and sisters of all and no faiths, call on our governments to implement the Stonehenge Message.
Okay, let us choose peace, freedom, and life over war, famine, pestilence, and death.
1. The cessation of all hostilities at home or abroad to take immediate effect.
Eradicating wars.
No more wars. 2. The writing off of all international and national debt.
So no nation is indebted to another, seen or unseen.
And with it the instigation of a livable international minimum wage to combat poverty and to bring an end to slave labour and exploitation.
To bring about an end to starvation and to combat the hold and fear of famine across the world and to encourage self-sufficiency amongst the nations now.
And 3, the immediate investment in clean, green, renewable energy sources.
Not nuclear.
In order to combat pestilence and death and to protect our home, Mother Earth.
I call on the peoples to support these demands. March on your parliaments in sufficient numbers and they will be forced to listen.
Do nothing and nothing will change.
The choice is yours. A brave new dawn or the dawn of just another day. Personally, I go for a brave new dawn.
Freedom!
For generations, we have found security in borders and weapons, in the numbers of fellow humans who stand to protect and defend us against each other. Is this really what we want? Do we, the collective human race, really choose war? We all know in our hearts we are actually one family, and yet, even with how far we've come, the threat of world war still looms. will we continue to allow bloodshed to be the legacy left to our children? Global family, it is time to claim our future of peace. On behalf of our children and our children's children, today we declare world peace. To the sources of conflict and injustice to the innocent, you have been given notice. A global movement is arising in the hearts of men and women of all races, all traditions, all generations. We, the people, are unifying in peace as one human family, for goodness, for hope, for unity and love. Join us from all around the world to create this historic moment on September 21st, our collective global declaration of peace. For those of you who hear this call, consider this the flag being raised. Now is the time to unify.
To some, yoga is about fitness and good health. To others, it is a journey to discover inner peace, harmony, and balance. But what is yoga? In ancient India, there were those who left society to discover the truth to the ultimate questions. Who am I? Why am I here? What is the nature of self? They dedicated their entire lives to this journey of self-discovery and reached ecstatic states of realization, perceiving the unity in all creation. They saw a time would come where humanity would forget their interconnectedness and be lost in materialism and separation. Seeing this, they sent their main students to the Western world to spread the seeds of yoga. Today, there are over 250 million people worldwide practicing various versions of yoga. From ashrams to festivals, on mountains and by rivers, all nations, races, religions, and castes united in the common desire to find inner peace, health, and discover who they are. Why now? Could it be that humanity's survival on Earth depends on the consciousness of the masses shifting? Could it be that yoga is the first global movement that is not built against something, but for something? In December 2014, 175 countries led by India chose June 21st as World Yoga Day. It is time for the many streams of yoga to merge together into one ocean and unify. On June 21st, 5 p.m. PDT, join the world's first global synchronized yoga journey. We will start with a synchronized sun salutation for the first 15 minutes, then enter into your own flow, and end with a 15-minute meditation together. If you're a yoga teacher, go to www.unify.org, sign up to become an organizer, and create an event on the Unified map. If you're a student or even curious about yoga, find a journey in your area on the map and meet the global tribe. We have all been waiting for a time when those who stand for peace, love, and truth would unite. And this is what yoga really means, to unify. Unify with our own selves. Unify our mind, heart, body, and spirit, and recognize the unity of all life. The ancient enlightened sages saw this time coming and sent yoga into the world to inspire a new generation of leaders who could revive humanity. Those leaders are you. You are the hope for the future of the planet, and we can only succeed if we unify. Join us on June 21st for the World Yoga Unification and share this message with everyone who needs to hear it.
We can't create good and evil. That's the very root of the problem itself. Somehow we've taken a standpoint, one against another, and failure of one, winning of other party. And it goes on and on and on. There are two hands, and the pain belongs to the whole body. These two hands are part of the same body. And this hand cannot be a winner against this hand. The pain belongs to both. So we can't take a standpoint, winner and loser, because you can't be a winner and create a loser. No, the winner means as a humanity we need to be a winner. not as a group of people is winner and group of people are loser. And that's the very root of the problem. We can't create evil and promise to be protected from the same evil which we have created. No. And it is important not to project the evilness in others. We have to come out from this old paradigm of believing someone is bad. And more you say, someone is there who is so mean and bad. And you create that. You create that. Everything is created collectively. We can't name one single person as he is responsible for something. Every, resources we have to protect us. Protect us to live in peace. But we may not spend that much resource to live in peace. We are spending to protect us to live in peace. In this process of protecting, we are not in peace. To protect, I need to have an opposite. I need to protect myself from an opposite. The more and more I protect myself, I also feeling the opposite. I have to create this opposite to protect me. So, then opposite also need to protect itself because you become opposite to your opposite. So, it's the same game played in the, both sides. It's like a playing chess game. No. This is a concept of winner and loser. Concept of this dividing and rule. This we have to do. Peace. We have to put all the resource towards the peace. Now is the time that we drop the whole drama down. Not against West against the East or North against the South. No, not like that. We had to come out of this old paradigm thinking someone is lesser than you. Some people are lesser than me. And some people are superior. No matter who it is and what it is, we have to remove the opposition. A human life without opposition. Unless we reach this point, life without opposition, we keep on identifying some opposition to fight, keep the fight on. And this fight itself is sustaining the fight. No, we have to recognize that love is the way, peace is the way, freedom is the way. And this oneness is the way that bring people together. We can't maintain the opposite. And we will not learn the lesson even if, another 300 wars takes place. We learn to create opposite. We learn to project the problems in others. And this all consequence of that. The collective energy of the same projection of it. But if all the protection is meant to live in peace, then we have to create technology to live in peace, to support the peace, not to protect the peace. See? And everyone need to include. This is very, very important. We exclude everyone. We maintain, this excluding people. It won't work. You can't exclude this hand is a better hand than this hand, and this is less priority. This hand is less priority. This hand is more priority. How is possible? pain is felt by the both. So we can't exclude. When we plan the peace, we can't say the peace for certain people and excluding so many people outside this peace, zone. So naturally, you are not in peace because you are trying to create the separation. We separate and protect the separation, and we lose the peace, then goes on. So, inclusiveness is very, very important, that you need to include everyone into you as you. Then the peace is, because everyone is included in your peace. When you think, I want to be peace against you, without you I will be in peace. How it is possible? Then you start to feel, without me you will be in peace. We are in fight with each other. It's very important that we include everyone. Not creating opposite, life without enemy, life without opposition, life without excluding. Include. Everything you include, everyone. Whenever we have something new in us, whenever we have some new possibility, this new possibility is meant for everyone. The new opportunity is meant for everyone. As long as we include, we see the whole humanity as one humanity, problem not solved. We can't live in peace with protection. Peace is only when the freedom is not protected. You no need to protect the freedom, and that is freedom. You can't say, my freedom is protected, then it is not freedom. Do you understand? You are within the limitation, you are within the boundary, you are, in a comfort zone. You no need to protect. Peace is not something protected. When there is no need to protect the freedom, peace arises, because freedom is there. So it is very, very important that the whole humanity move towards the peace and all parties enter into peace. Otherwise, we think we are going to make some people as a loser in this whole drama. And no one wants to be loser. As long as our mind is thinking we can punish someone, we can make some people loser, the problem will not be solved. We have to include as a one humanity, not against each other. And this is important. Every trade, every policy, every structure needs to maintain the peace as a one humanity, one human, species which lives in this planet. Then move further from that point to see the peace and harmony in this planet, with harmony with all beings, not only with the human beings, among the humans, but also expanding this cooperation, expanding this inclusiveness with all other beings. And that is the path. That's the direction which we need to evolve. So what is there to learn? The learn is a right time to reinstall the peace in humanity as a whole humanity, not as a separate, as a whole humanity. So at this point, we need to find a solution for everyone, not for one side. It won't work. We have to find a solution for everyone. But we have this tendency to create opposite, to condemn someone, and then, believing by suppressing someone, we will find the solution. It won't work at all. It is human nature to rebel against it. So, to protect oneself from suppression, you start to suppress someone else. Then again they start to suppress you. It goes on, hand in hand. So, this current situation, we have to learn that life without opposite. And the peace is not peace from someone. We want to have peace without them. It's not possible. We have to dream peace with the whole humanity. One humanity. Unless and until we reach this one humanity. I'm not talking about one world, one governance, one leader concept. No, that won't work. And one humanity, one human species, with one planet, as a child of this Mother Earth. We have to move in that direction to embrace everyone into you. Then the peace is the future. And anyhow, human species managed whatever obstacles came in the past, thousands and thousands of years, we evolved further and further. But if we keep a fear as a foundation to us, then we evolve towards the war. No. We have to let go of the past. Because we make all this harmful past as our history. It's like a wound. I have to allow this wound to be healed. I can't keep on feel it and cry, it's bleeding even now. I have to allow to heal it. We don't let it heal. We create this as our history to learn from. But most of the history we want to hold to learn from is all our pain, is all our suffering, is all our fears. We don't keep anything beautiful as a reference of life to learn from. See, I want to, through my past experience, I am moving into the future. I am projecting the future. But when I see my humanity is nothing but war and killing and suffering and betraying each other and massacring each other, and what kind of future I am projecting. And this fear only going to have a continuity in the future. This was my past, I don't want this past. But can you say, this is the only history we have as a humanity? We have so much beautiful history as a human species. Not only some asura, but also devas. We have so much positive, experiences. And we don't cultivate, don't claim that's the history of our humanity. If you claim that's the history of our humanity, all the goodness we went through, there's some kind of proudness arises, some kind of confidence arises, some kind of, stability arises. Not fear arises, but hope arises. Then we give continuity to that goodness. But the history, what we learn, what is told to us, don't give any hope for me to that I'm going to live in peace in the future. So already I'm afraid of the future, afraid of this world, afraid of this life, afraid of everyone, then afraid of myself. I'm in pain, I am in fear. And through this fear, I am communicating with everyone. I'm creating my future, in a bunker, in a wall, in a protectionism, and in a secrecy. There's a hope one day if something goes wrong, then I'm prepared for it. Because this is what we learned as our history. But if we learn our histories as a beautiful component, I'm not saying we have to deny what we went through. No. But also, we should not deny all the good things took place in the humanity. This is important. So many good things, so many great people, so many great experiences. We, as a humanity, we traveled thousands and thousands of years. No matter what situation we are put into it, we come out of it, we healed. But we don't keep as a reference of life. We still hang on what we are not happy about it. But we forgot what we are, happy about it. We hang on only what we are not happy about it. We go on. So this education plays major role, and also how we identify our history, how we understand our past. First, start the changes from you. You don't agree with some attitude. You don't apply that attitude in your very near people. First, inside of you, not denying you. And then respecting, first giving dignity to you, to your life, to honor yourself, then honoring every person next to you. And we expand. Otherwise, we are blind to your presence and we project the problem somewhere else and we want to find the solution. No. Every problem and every solutions are very close to your heart and we have to find it there. Once you find the solution in your heart, you will see the solution is already started to apply. I tell you, my experiences, whatever experience I go through, whatever is arising in me, I see immediately is implemented everywhere. Because I notice, wow, this solution arising within me. And I find the solution for this. And immediately I see the solution also available for everyone. That same way, first find the solution for you. And by the time the solution arises in your heart, this solution is naturally uploaded in the cosmic plane. This solution is available for everyone. If you see the hateness or separation or exclusivity or rejection, and that's what is available for everyone. So, be an active contributor towards the peace. Be an active contributor towards the unity, a one humanity, living in harmony with all beings.
These are the Atwar people, an ancient dream culture, still living in harmony with their ancestral land. Nearly 5 million acres of pristine tropical rainforest in Ecuador and Peru.
Our people lived here undisturbed for thousands of years. Then our elders and shaman began to receive visions from our ancestors, warning that a menace was coming toward our people. We soon saw that danger, the destruction brought by oil companies to our neighbors to the north. It is Achuar tradition that we do not run from danger, but go towards it. So we reached out to seek support from people in the outside world.
In 1995, a call issued forth from the heart of the natural world that was heard thousands of miles away by a small group of people in the modern world. That summer, in a remote village in the rainforest, these two worlds came together, and the Pachamama Alliance was born.
Although we were called by the elders and shamans of the Achuar, something deeper had called us there, and we realized it was the spirit of life itself, the spirit of Mother Earth, what the indigenous people call Pachamama.
The Achuar appreciated that the Pachamama Alliance was working shoulder to shoulder with them to protect their land and culture. But they knew that this work in the rainforest was not enough.
From the very beginning, we recognized that the real threats to our land came not from the oil companies, but from the outside world itself. It is the modern world's dream of always wanting more and more that is causing the destruction of the forests. So we told our partners that to protect our lands permanently, they would need to work in their part of the world as well, and change the dream that is threatening the rainforest and the future of all life.
And so the Pachamama Alliance boldly committed itself to a twofold mission: to preserve the land and culture of the Amazon rainforest and to change the dream of the modern world.
Greetings from the top of the world, a land called Unad, the land of the people, whose name you will recognize as Greenland. The only land on earth where people live where there has never been war. These days here, we call it for the World Peace Day. Yes, it is true. It's the World Peace Day. But as you're well aware, we have never been so close to another big war in the world. It is as though the residents of this earth, Mother Earth, Nulachswapud as we call her, have become so confused that there's war going on amongst ourselves as it is. Our beloved grandmother, her name is Anagasa, raised us to know that in the east when the sun comes and she leaves the contour of the earth, the sun becomes yellow. Now we have learned that there are actually yellow people on this earth. and I have been to their countries myself, and they are incredibly beautiful people. Then when the sun shines highest upon us in the south, the sun becomes white, she tells us. And lo and behold, now we have learned that they're actually white people on this earth. And I have met millions of them, incredibly beautiful people. Then in the west, when the sun sets, she's always red. Now we have learned that the original peoples on this earth, indigenous peoples on this earth, Mother Earth, are the original peoples. They're red. And I'm one of them. Then at night, it's always black. Now again we have learned they're actually black people on this earth. And we are, according to our beloved grandmother, citizens of this land. This is an ancient belief of people from Greenland. If it is true, then it must be true for the rest of the world. But unfortunately, mankind as such are such a turmoil that they're fighting with each other. Not only races of those four races, but amongst ourselves in our own families, we fight. But the longing of world peace is so strong that we created this time to recognize as a World Peace Day. But we have such a long way to go. As I said earlier, the world has never been closer as it is now for another big war. Not just amongst the families within ourselves, not only amongst the races of mankind, but the countries in which we live, we are fighting. Forgetting as though there's only one earth we call as Mother Earth. Not realizing there's only one we live on. And yours and mine responsibility is to create that peace amongst ourselves. As races, are the yellow, are the white, are the red and the black. And then, through our languages, we have so many beautiful languages on earth, and we fight about them.
It may be one of the most important civil and environmental rights stories of our time.
The repression against the water protectors has continued to intensify.
This is a huge victory. The Army Corps of Engineers announced it will look for an alternate route, but the victory could be short-lived.
Our courts have failed to protect our sovereign rights, our sacred places, and our water.
These are literally the most powerless people in the country, fighting arguably the most powerful people in the country.
You know, it's really incumbent on us to remain vigilant because this is an issue that affects us all.
I beg at this time that our hearts and our understandings will meet with love and generosity.
It was prophesied that the seventh generation of our people were going to be a savior for our people, and we're seeing that now in our youth. It gives me hope. We're going to overcome. We're not going anywhere.
At this moment in history, a devastation is being done to the Mother Earth, and this devastation is compromising perhaps the continued future of all peoples.
The
we'll have to come back to the cycle of life. That Mother Earth is the source of life, not the resource. All the rivers and the creeks, the streams, all connected like that. And this is the tree of life of Mother Earth.
The pipelines, no matter how great they are or how brand new they are, they always leak. There is no pipeline that does not leak.
And we kind of forget that spills happen, and we forget that we've polluted the earth. And so then we allow more oil to be drilled and piped through because we've had this environmental amnesia, as if we create new normals for ourselves. And what that normal is doing is depleting us of our resources.
We're evolving, we're moving past this. Why are they still trying so hard for oil? We have better ways now. We know we do. But the money's there in the oil. And as long as there's money in it, they're going to pursue it, clearly, at any cost.
Environmentally, they're better in many cases. I will absolutely approve it 100%, but I want a better deal.
We are not going to allow a pipeline to endanger the clean water that millions of people depend upon.
Energy Transfer Partner says they're moving ahead. They actually don't need this permit to build.
This could happen in just a few short months.
What would it take for President Obama? Why is he waiting?
Mr. President, I served under you. Young girls the same age as your daughters are being assaulted out there. First Lady, speak to your husband. Where are you? You held our children. We held you in a high regard. We're disgusted and heartbroken right now.
We are strongly connected with the land. We're strongly connected with the water. We're strongly connected with who we are. And that is why we are going to survive. And we are going to stomp on that black snake. And then we're going to go to other places where they're infested with snakes until the earth is free.
As we pray for the water and the land and the people here, we pray for Morton County sheriffs. We pray for pipeline workers. We pray for the corporations that continue to drill.
If we can stop this, we can stop the larger problem that we have in our country. But you have to be able to come here first. This is the front lines. This is a temporary victory only, and we need to be mobilized to stop this pipeline. Do not be deceived into believing that this is over.
It's that moment when you realize that there's no one that's going to save you, that you are the person that has to wake up and you have to take a stand. You have a voice. You have the power of prayer, the power of peace.
The battle is not over. No, this is a beginning that we're going into right now. We got to realize that Standing Rock is everywhere in the whole world.
I'm here because my children sent me here. My grandchildren are sending me here. I have great-grandchildren that know their grandma is at Standing Rock. And they're saying, Minnie Wachoni, water is life. And we will pray with you. We will do this. We will do this. Upon my word, upon my heart, upon my blood, we will do this.
Sacred waters running through our land. On this rock we gotta make a stand. Time is slipping through our hands. Say a prayer for the promised land. They poison our water a sin. The Spirit's talking, but they're not listening. They're taking from the earth and never giving. And they won't stop till there's nothing left living. The whole world's watching, watching over Standing Rock. Hear the voices calling to draw a line in the sand and save the sacred land at Standing Rock. At Standing Rock. Drum beats sounding at the break of dawn. Give us the strength to carry on. Light of the sky world will see us through. For our sons and daughters and the nation of the Sioux. Whole world's watching, watching over Standing Rock. Hear the voices calling to draw a line in the sand and save the sacred land at Standing Rock. Oh, it's Standing watching over Standing Rock. Hear the voices calling to draw a line in the sand and save the sacred land at Standing Rock. Oh, it's Standing
Why are we all touched when we see actions of compassion for those in need? Why is it that we look up to those who show the greatest selflessness and care for others? In today's world, people experience two types of poverty: the poverty caused by the lack of food, clothing, and shelter, and the poverty caused by the lack of love and compassion. Of these two, the second type needs to be considered first, because if we have love and compassion in our hearts, then we will wholeheartedly serve those who suffer from lack of food and shelter. Do to others what you would have them do to you. This is the essence of compassion. It is a recognition of our deep connection to all life. Though we appear separate, we all come from the same source. As we practice compassion, we experience divine grace extend through us to where it is needed, inspiring a chain reaction of kindness that moves from soul to soul. Our attention is so fragmented by the constant assaults of busyness and information that it can be difficult to find meaning, to find peace, to find ourselves. What can we do to connect deeper into love and peace so we feel compassion? Meditation. Through the silencing of our minds, we drop into a unified field of awareness where love is our natural state. When thousands of us meditate together, we exponentially magnify this love for all life. Is it time for the good heart of humanity to unite in meditation so we can inspire a movement of compassionate action? We want to find out. On July 11th at 9 a.m. PDT, we ask you to join us in a global meditation for compassion. During the live broadcast, we will join Deepak Chopra, Gabrielle Bernstein, Ishmael Kalla, and Trevor Hall to experience the many faces of compassion and see what loving kindness can create. Participate by visiting us at chopra.com/global meditation and registering. Then share the event with your friends on social media with the hashtag #IamCompassion.
Let's create that tipping point, that critical mass for a more peaceful, just, sustainable, healthier and happier world by coming together in this global synchronized meditation.
Together we will turn our inner peace into a movement of compassionate action across this planet. Together, we are a global synchronized force of nature. Together we will create the world we have always dreamed of.
What's going on out there, my beautiful Unify family? So nice to meet you, especially in this amazing Peace Week set up by our friends and crew here at Unify. I'm Michael Interstellar from interstellar.net, and I'm going to be leading a meditation guided journey today to clear some trauma, programming, conditioning that may be present in your field around conflict and peace. And then we'll be guiding you into your original divine organic blueprint and frequency of peace. So let's just go ahead and begin here. Let's get into things. I'm going to start by having you close your eyes if that feels good for you. As we start to get into this vibration of peace, I'm going to begin by speaking to your physical bodies, speaking to your energy bodies, especially letting your physical body know that it is time to and okay to start relaxing. Start letting go of any tensions, cares, worries, concerns, stagnant energies, whatever might have been going on before this call, before this journey, just starting to relax and start to let go, sinking into the loving embrace of our Divine Mother Gaia below us, God Source, which is always surrounding you, relaxing through the feet, ankles, legs, hips, torso, back, spine, head, jaw, neck, throat, face. Just start to relax and start to let go. Next thing I'll do is have you connect into beautiful Christic flame, unconditional love present within the temple of your heart space. So you connect within to this flame and start expanding the unconditional love in the temple space of the heart. Start expanding it out around your physical body, starting to expand it out around your energy bodies, starting to expand it out around country, earth, cosmos, universes, expanding this frequency and temple of the heart's unconditional love infinitely and indefinitely. From there, I'll have you connect into the breath. So I want you to just go ahead and take a big, deep breath into your abdomen. And exhale into your Christic flame of transmutation, any tensions, cares, worries, concerns, stagnant energies, anything that might have been going on before this. Another big, deep breath into the abdomen. And exhale. exhaling any tension, stagnant energies, cares, worries, concerns, anything that no longer serves you. Another big deep breath into the abdomen. And just exhale, letting it out into the Christic flame. Next in-breath, on the next in-breath, breathe into that Christic flame in the center of your deepest inner connection with God Source in the heart. And you're going to breathe down your central column, down through the central pillar of your body, down through the root, down through the feet, all the way down into the crystalline core of Gaia, connecting into your original divine organic blueprint there, connecting into the Christic healing, organic crystalline shielding grids, protection grids, any and all of the highest and best available grids for your highest and best timeline, the highest and best for all, connecting into your original divine organic blueprint, and then calling up and in, back up through the layers of the earth, central column and central pillar, any and all of the purified energies, forces, and frequencies that are of your highest and best, the highest and best for all, starting to take all of those energies and starting to move them up through all the central column, central pillar, up and out through the top of the crown, all the way up and out into the highest of the dimensional heavens, past central sun, past Andromeda, all the way into your original divine organic blueprint in the highest of the heavens, source mind of creator up above, your Christic seed, and then starting to call down and in, calling down and in any and all of the purified energies, forces, and frequencies that are of your highest and best, the highest and best for all, calling those down through all the dimensional layers, down through, back into the crown, weaving them down into the crown, down through the root, coming to just below your feet, connecting into your own original Christic healing platform and disc and your original divine organic blueprint there, and then bringing the energetic healing cocoon and protection and shielding grids and energy grids up around your energy bodies, all the levels and layers of your energy bodies, and then bringing your awareness back to that inner connection with God Source in the heart. Aho. So the next thing we are going to do, as you are in this sacred, safe temple space of unconditional love and the protection of God Source all around you, going to call into the sacred temple space your Christic flame of transmutation, Source, calling that into the sacred space. You're in your little temple of unconditional love and protection here, and in the center of that temple is your highest Christic flame for transmutation on all time, space, dimensions, and frequencies. And as you sit here, this flame, what you're going to do now is you're going to connect into your bodies, your Akashic, your soul grids, your energy bodies, your genetics, any and all aspects of you on all time, space, dimensions, and frequency bands. And you're going to feel into any place that you may feel the frequencies of conflict in your system, anything that you might be conflicted about. If it helps, you can connect into what's going on in your life at this time, the world around you, your personal life, anything that feels especially charged in terms of conflict. Could be a situation with friends, family, a lover, your job, just anything going on in the world, any place that you feel conflicted. And as you tune into that, then going to call into this space the root of where that conflict originates in your Akashic, your soul grid, going to connect into the root of that, the version of you that first experienced conflict, the root of it, first experience conflict in any time, space, dimension, or frequency. And you're going to call that version of you into the sacred space. And as you call that version of you into the sacred space, you're going to also call up in anything that needs to be seen, felt, heard, expressed by this version of you, any aspect of you. As you connect into this version of you, you're going to reconnect this version of you with God Source, that flame, that Christic flame of unconditional love within the heart space. You're going to reconnect that version of you. We are reconnecting that version of you with God Source. And surrounding that version of you, any and all versions of you, feeling conflict with unconditional love. And then we are going to offer now into the Christic flame of transmutation any and all trauma, distortion, miasm, reversal, inversion, toxicity, cords, contracts, bindings, oaths, agreements, debts, briberies, any hidden blessings, sigils, symbols, black magic, programs, belief structures that may be misaligned from your highest and best. Any and all of these versions of you. We're going to now offer any and all of that to the Christic flame. And if you want, what you can do is you can assist in creating an offering. This could be some sort of a ball. You can create an energetic ball of all this energy that no longer serves you. It could be a sacred offering of paper or of just whatever comes to you as you feel into all these frequencies of conflict in your system. And you can motion these versions of you to do the same, all offering any and all of this to the Christic flame on all time, space, dimensions, and frequency bands. And we're going to transmute now any and all of this trauma, distortion, miasm, reversal, inversion, toxicity, and reorganizing all this light, energy aspects of self, personal empowerment, sovereignty, body parts, bodily fluids, any and all aspects of your energy on all time, space, dimensions, and frequency bands. Going to purify it through the Christic flame, and then call all this light and energy and aspects of self, personal empowerment, body parts, bodily fluids, calling it back to you now, reconnected to your God Source, realigned to your original divine organic blueprint. Then the next thing we are going to do is, as you tune into Christic flame, the temple of your heart, the next thing I want you to do, we're going to connect you into your original divine organic blueprint for peace. So what I want you to do is I want you to connect down into Gaia's crystalline core, your original divine organic blueprint there, and also connect all the way out into the highest of the dimensional heavens, connecting into your source original divine organic blueprint up above. And you're going to start to attune vibrationally, see, sense, or feel whatever comes to you, trust it. In this whole meditation, whatever comes to you, trust it. So as you're tuning into source up above and Gaia's crystalline core down below, you're connecting into your original divine organic blueprint of peace, attuning to its frequency, attuning to its seed, its template, above and below. And once you see, sense, or feel that you've connected into that imprint, could come as a visual, could come as a sensation, just trust whatever comes. Once you feel you have fully connected to that, taking as long as you need, then you are going to breathe in. You're going to breathe in from both directions simultaneously, breathing into your heart space, breathing into that temple, and then breathing out And expanding that template and vibration of peace all throughout your energy fields, all aspects of you, on all time, space, dimensions, and frequency bands, all your energy bodies, all your cells, organs, glands, quanta, particles, anchoring that vibration of peace into any and all aspects of you. Aho. So the next thing we want to do here, as we are just only blessed with a short time to connect, I do want to just take a second to breathe and attune to this vibration of peace. And I want to thank you all for connecting. It's an honor to spend this time. I want to also close up this meditation and this alchemy properly. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to send gratitude and unconditional love to any and all beings or guides, benevolent energies, forces, or frequencies that have assisted us here today. Deep gratitude and thanks. And we are going to then call back to you now any and all aspects of your power, light, energy, quanta, sovereignty, body parts, or bodily fluids. Calling it back to you now, purified through your Christic flame, reconnected to your God source, realigned to your original divine organic blueprint. And finally placing an energetic seal on this work. The time and place, once is fully integrated, anchoring in that any and all of these shifts and changes today be all that and only that which is in alignment with your highest and best, and the highest and best for all, to be integrated at a pace and a rate which is of your highest and best, and the highest and best for all.
Today, we're more connected globally than at any other point in human history. But are we really unified? Right now, families in Syria are suffering. Their children victims of chemical weapons attacks. How can you, one person, make a difference? World peace seems impossible, but is it? It's been proven that groups meditating together lowers violence. So imagine what we could do when millions of us meditate together. On September 21st, International Peace Day, you will have the chance to create a more peaceful world. When you become one, unified with many. Noble dreams have motivated the great movements of our time for equality, human rights, and freedom. For that time, a group unified with one purpose, one heartbeat, achieved the impossible. On September 21st, 2013, at the exact same moment, countless people all over the world will be joining together in a unified demonstration of inner peace. In hundreds of cities at 12 midnight GMT, we will meditate to embody the peace we wish to see in the world. You can click this video off and do nothing. Or you can choose to unify with us to create a moment of world peace. Here's how. Go to unify.org, scroll to the map, and find an event in your area. If there isn't one, click on the Create an Event button and organize it yourself. Tell your family, tell your coworkers, your friends, tell everyone you know. When you forward this video by email and Facebook and text your friends to join you, the movement spreads. It's that easy. The call to unify has begun. So if you believe in this dream that so many of us share, unify with us. Together, we are a global synchronized force of nature. Together, we can change the course of history. Together, the story of war ends. Now is the time to unify. One day, one moment, one humanity.
The garden. Plastic garden. Plastic garden looks perfect, looks colorful, looks like blooming. It is not dependent on the rain or sun or moon or wind. It's always perfect.
but it is not alive. When we decided that I am like this, this is me, in a way we are plastifying ourselves. Don't do that. Keep it alive. Let the old petals fall down. Let the old leaves fall down. Let the new flower bloom in your heart. Let the new fragrance arise. Let the new color comes into your life. Allow it. Allow the life to flow through you. Don't stop it. Don't say, this is me, I am already defined. Keep you like a clay, so that life can form, reform, constantly it reforms. Don't let it be dry. Life is so beautiful. We have to allow the life to flow through us. More and more we allow new experiences. The life which is visible also new. It is constantly new. Today is not the repetition of yesterday, and tomorrow is not going to be one more day. It is going to be only the new day.
We are living in the midst of a historical transformation taking place on planet Earth. We speak to a humanity that still remembers the prophecy that incarnated for this time. On December 21st, there will be a rare astrological alignment between Jupiter and Saturn on the day of the winter solstice. Our access to inner truth will be heightened and our intentions magnified immeasurably. A major gathering of spiritual communities and medicine lineages are self-organizing at sacred sites around the planet. As Jupiter and Saturn come into alignment in the sign of Aquarius, they create the fabled Bethlehem star, heralding the second coming of Christ, which is in fact the collective enlightenment of the human race. Worldwide, seers are describing this time as the resurrection of the light. The divine orchestra is revealed in all of its celestial glory. This conjunction ushers in an era of solutions, possibilities, and a time where we are called to live from our deepest soul essence. This moment has been pointed to by the ancients for thousands of years as the time of the great awakening of humanity, the dawning of the age of Aquarius. Our prayers are important during this time. Our magic is important during this time. Our love is important during this time. Calling all lightworkers, meditators, yogis, mystics, and all those who can still hear the heart of the divine amidst all the noise. Now is the time to unify. All of the cosmic energy this year has been leading us to the closing of a major karmic cycle for planet Earth. Please join us for the live broadcast on December 21st at 10 a.m. PT. At 10:22 a.m. PT, we will begin the global synchronized meditation and unify at the height of the planetary conjunction. During this alignment, we ask you to pray, meditate, and join us by holding a ceremony, lighting a sacred fire or candle. Please share this message with all those you know who will resonate with the call. For the first time in human history, we are united by a collective initiation. Join millions around the planet as we synchronize our hearts, minds, and intentions for the awakening of humanity and the birth of a new earth.
So often we have and shall say the Lord's Prayer as we learned it as children in the King James Version. It was my feeling that to meditate on its deeper meaning would be of value. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us
our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into forgetfulness and temptation, and deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the glory and the power forever. Amen. So let's meditate on this a little bit and reflect on some of the meanings. There are so many meanings to this, and each of us will find more meanings as we reflect on the purity and profound depth of this remembrance. Our Father. Now, we know that Jesus, when he said this prayer, did not anthropomorphize the infinite power, the power of love that creates, sustains, and nourishes all and everything. So it begins with invoking and remembering that glorious gift of life itself. And by saying our Father, he's including all beings, as he says, to get close to the realization of this reality is to love God with all our soul and all our heart and all of our might. But God has no form. Like the thing that sees within our eyes. You can't see it. It has no form. Consciousness has no form. Life, source, is formless and infinite. And then he says, second to that is to love your neighbor as yourself, the manifestation of humanity, of this gift of life. In today's world, neighborhood is a moral location. It's not a physical location, it's the whole world. So it begins with the remembrance that the power that gives life to all beings is our Father of all, which art in heaven. Where is this heaven? Is it a place? Is it another dimension? Is it something that occurs after our bodies decompose? No. Heaven is where that love, that infinite power of love of God lives within. It is the here and after. It is here. It is where compassion, peace, love resonates in our hearts. It's an invocation for us to come to the purest, most perfect place within ourselves. To be still, to be quiet, to be tranquil. This sacred place, hallowed be thy name, the invocation of the sacred, the purest part of our being, the stillness of this breath, the heaven within our heart. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. How is it in that heaven where God's infinite love exists? And God's will, the will of that which brought us into life, is for us to live according to its qualities of compassion, kindness, and love, generosity, beauty, harmony, peace. The will of that power is for us to bring that into action and into life within our hearts in this contemplative moment. On earth, in form, the form of our bodies, the form of our hearts, the form of our intentions, to bring that love that resonates as life within ourselves into this breath. Give us this day our nourishment, our daily bread. We ask God to nourish our souls, to nourish our time, to nourish our relationships, to nourish the food that we eat that nourishes our bodies, to give us the nourishment of the divine qualities, to nourish us, to fulfill us, to give us health. Give us, not just me, not give me my nourishment, but give us, give the entire creation, the entire web of life, the entire human family and the family of all the other living beings. Nourishment and fulfillment. It's an intention, that intention of generosity that gives breath and life to all creation. And the next, I believe, could be understood as a description. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive others. Forgive us where we've forgotten the blessings, where we have a failure of gratitude, where we've forgotten our dependence on the power of love that gives us breath, that gives us nourishment, that gives us life, where we've been indifferent to the suffering of others, where we've been hurtful, where we've hurt someone, for the way in which we've behaved, for the way in which we've intended, for the way in which we are to gain forgiveness is in direct proportion to the quality of forgiveness that our hearts have developed. For each of us has been trespassed against. We have suffered betrayal and loss, all of us. Someone has wronged us. Have we forgiven them? How will we develop an organ of perception to experience God's forgiveness if we don't practice forgiveness? How will we develop an organ of perception which will be able to experience the infinite love of the mysterious creative force that gives us space and time and life if we don't have hearts with love? With what organ of perception will we realize this admonition to become fully human? If we are to experience the nature of the forgiving power that created us, if we are to realize the loving power that created us, we have to have an organ of perception, and that organ of perception is our own hearts. So this describes the reality. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive others. We will experience God's infinite forgiveness to the extent that our hearts have forgiveness. We will experience God's infinite love to the extent that our hearts have love. And lead us not into temptation, into things that cause us to forget the fullness of our humanity. And deliver us from evil. And the word evil in the Hebrew is ra, which also means injury. For that which causes injury to us. What causes injury? What causes forgetfulness? What causes our humanity to be diminished? Anger, falsehood, jealousy, envy, deception, vanity, attachment, pride, hypocrisy. These qualities separate us from one another and separate us from the divine, separate us from ourself, separate us from our heart, separate us from humanity. And what brings us into harmony, what brings us into the presence of our Father which art in heaven, the heaven within our heart. Compassion, patience, love, tolerance, justice. These qualities, which come directly from the luminescence of our soul itself, can understand and brings us to a state of praise, praising that glorious power that brings us into life itself. Knowing that the light within our eyes comes from that power, the beating of our hearts, the oxygen from the phytoplankton that gives us breath, the oxygen from the trees that gives us breath, the nourishment in the food that gives us energy. All of it comes from Source, not from us. It's a gift. For thine is the kingdom. This kingdom is his, or its. This kingdom, our life itself. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, not just now, but forever, and beyond space and time, as the source of space and time. And we live in this miracle of being itself, and it lives in us. Now let's meditate on this prayer with some of the shared meanings, and I know meanings within you have awakened that are treasures for your in joy moment, your at one moment. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our own trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation. Deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. Amen. To the extent that our hearts have love, we will experience God's infinite love. So let us take this time together to bring our breathing and our presence into the remembrance that this breath is a gift from that power. Not I. I'm not causing this breath. It is a gift for which I am profoundly grateful, coming only from God. This perception of the eyes, vision, is a gift coming only from God. Not I, only God. This awareness of this moment, this consciousness itself, is a gift coming only from God. Deeper into that power of love within the heart, that power of peace that gives us this breath. Not I, only thou, O God. La ilaha, there is nothing other than God. Il Allah, thou, O God, are God alone. O great power of compassion and mercy, creativity, the gift of life in space and time itself. Envelop us in the presence of your kindness and your light, and let us experience the fullness of gratitude for this breath. Not I, only you, O Lord. This breath. May the blessings be received. May our hearts be nourished. May our feet walk in ways of beauty, and our hands expressions of generosity. May our eyes see the wonder of the infinite universes in which we live. May our intentions be guided by the wisdom inherent in our humanity. May we follow the words and wisdom of the great sages and saints who've come before us. May we realize the infinite wisdom of Moses and the commandments of Jesus and his instructions on how to be fully human, and Muhammad, whose affirmation of the unity of being and humanity be realized with us. May the wisdom of compassion that the Buddha taught be alive in us. May the example of great saints like Baba Muhyiddin and Jalaluddin Rumi and St. Francis be clear compass examples for us. So many have realized beyond the veil the bliss of the blessing of the fullness of humanity. Let us in this time be those who accept God's will, which is love, and to love one another as God loves us. May this healing blessing be accepted and lived by all of us. All praise and all praising to that one mysterious, nameless, formless power known by many names in many traditions, giving us this breath as this day goes forward. May each of us be blessings to one another. All praises are to God. Amen.
Ecology is about falling in love with the natural world and humbling yourself to the point that you can become an apprentice of nature, not trying to manage nature and manage human society and fix the world. Ecology is about having a deep, loving relationship with the natural world to the point where you become the apprentice of the wild world, and you begin to learn through your love for the natural world how to be a real person. And that's the deeper goal of ecology, is that consciousness that you are a wild animal, somewhat civilized, educated perhaps. But you're still a wild animal and you live in a wild habitat. And when you have that consciousness, you feel it all around you. And never forget that that blood coursing through your veins was coursing through the rest of the world before you were here. And all of that energy and breath and air, everything running through your body has come from this natural world around you. You are that world. And that's ecology.
We are living in bewildering times, a climate of divisiveness and unrest. The systems we have become accustomed to are buckling under the pressure of this transformation. These challenges could be an unprecedented opportunity to create a new future that honors all life. Perhaps this global pattern interrupt has given us a moment to consider who we are and why we are really here. It has been said that the three most important moments in your life are when you are born, when you die, and when you find your purpose. Could it be that as a species we have a collective opportunity to awaken to a life of greater meaning? To rise to the challenges that face us, to create a world we know is possible in our hearts. If you have spent more time in nature during this period, perhaps you have noticed how she is thriving without this relentless pressure. Isn't it comforting to know that the Earth knows how to regenerate and rebalance herself when we give her a moment to breathe? We are incredibly adaptive as well. As a new normal emerges, humanity is demonstrating great resilience and ingenuity. In this next chapter of humanity, what if we created our systems to operate symbiotically with nature, to support life and each other? The Earth unites us, regardless of nation, religion, race, political affiliation. We are all indigenous to this beloved planet. These seeds of the new Earth need to be watered for them to take root and thrive. It is the mission of the Purpose Earth Fund to support this emergent creativity. This global initiative is a grant and mentorship program focused on empowering individuals and nonprofit organizations doing important work in the areas of societal restoration, community activation, and environmental preservation. A proud partner in Peace Weekend, Purpose Earth funds such initiatives with support from its generous contributors. If your heart feels called to support humanity and our planet, we are accepting donations at www.purposeearth.org. Funds are distributed directly to our Purpose Earth grant recipients, allowing your contribution to make a powerful, immediate impact on local communities. All donations assist young social entrepreneurs, passionate community leaders, and purposeful organizations to accelerate their endeavors towards sustainable change. Help us fund the consciousness revolution from the grassroots up.
The world is going through incredible changes. We humans are a brilliant and powerful species. We have the power to grow and create and unify. Since we first viewed the Earth from space over 40 years ago, we experienced a collective moment of recognition that we are part of one living, breathing organism. Earth Day was born in the wake of that awareness in 1970, and over 20 million people and 5,000 organizations participated that first year. This year, between April 20th and 22nd, over 1 billion people in 196 countries will be celebrating Earth Days all over the world. And today, with the internet, we can link up, collaborate, inspire one another, and coalesce in unimaginable ways. Unify's vision is to harness this collective spirit by inspiring a wave of flash mobs to move across the face of the planet. From America to India, Jerusalem to Africa, Europe to Australia, China to Japan. Join a global movement of changemakers and inspired citizens of all ages to dance, do yoga, and meditate together at your local Earth Day. Or organize a flash mob yourself. You can do it. We can help. Imagine if for one day the boundaries of religion, nation, and race which separate us were eclipsed by that which unifies us. Now is the time to unify. Everyone, everywhere, together.
Divinya's yogic life invites one to experience the timeless wisdom of yoga as a way of living. Explore the full range of yoga philosophy integrated into practical life. Divinya is not a retreat center, it is a living yogic community. The time in Divinya is very much about living with the community and learning alongside like-minded seekers who have been living the yogic life for decades. This is the greatest gift you can experience in Divinya, to live with people who explore the yogic values. Here you are not just learning a set of exercises and postures, you're learning life. The program covers all the paths of yoga. Raja Yoga, working with the body and the breath. Karma Yoga, the yoga of action, with practical engagement in the community projects. Jnana Yoga, the yoga of knowledge, with the teachings of a living master. And Bhakti Yoga, the yoga of devotion, through which the ego dissolves and true wisdom arises. A living and learning experience in Divinya means also to learn in a beautiful and serene nature environment, giving space and peace to contemplate on all the inputs you receive every day. Welcome to explore the life-affirming yogic way of living and to embark upon a profound journey of personal and spiritual growth.
Hi world, I'm here with Leia, this super awakened child that I really like. She's amazing. And we are here on the International Day of Peace, and we just want to send you a beautiful message to the world. The big answer to all the questions that I've been getting from Leia, nothing. Which is a big answer to everything when you think about it.
No.
No? Then what is it then?
Nothing.
Exactly nothing. This is the solution that we've been looking for. No thing. And in no thing we find everything. Because everything that's created is made out of nothing.
Hello, hello. Good morning, Unify family. I am here with Carla Ballard, the founder of Ying, and we're going to be talking about some amazing things. Unify is partnering with Ying on a launch, probably several launches coming up because we're so excited about what they're doing. So I am beyond honored to be here in this space with Carla Ballard. Carla, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me, Tammy.
Being
So
here
beautiful.
with us. You always have so much amazing energy about you, and I love being in your presence. I love having been able to meet you in person. That was just a beautiful blessing to me, and I'm really glad we're doing this today. So today we're talking about Ying, and I'm sure if people have never heard about that before, they're going to say, "What's Ying? What does it mean? Where did it come from?" Would you share with us? Let's dive in, and maybe you can share with us the history of Ying. How did this arise for you?
Sure. Well, everything's a vibration, right? Everything's energy. And so we get to explore the connection between what we've just experienced energetically with, COVID and the pandemic and all of these things. And we are bringing forward a new type of vibration, right? One that allows for all of us, no matter what creed or color or identification, right? Let's get rid of the labels for a second. Let's get back to spirit. So for us, it's about bringing forward a movement, right? I almost want to say a new lifestyle that allows us to get back into balance. Ying is an opportunity for us to reconnect with something that is organic to each human, which is the ability to be in community with each other and to source the different types of resources we all need to thrive, essentially. And I'm a former banker. Maybe with that opening, people might not even connect me with being part of our capitalistic system. But I was born and raised in Philadelphia, had a chance to go to the University of Virginia and ended up in banking. And that journey for me really taught me about the power of currency and understanding that some of us had access to a large amount of currency and some people didn't. But the reality that I started to realize is that there were really two forms of capital running our humanity and running our existence. And that was both community capital and financial capital. And in realizing that as a banker, I was like, wait a minute, we've got to find some type of balance between the two, because one form of currency seems to be taking us away from creating a sense of balance within ourselves, but also our environment. And so I really wanted to look at the new technologies that were in existence, right, at this time period in which Ying was founded. And what I discovered is that three things were happening in society that caused us, or at least me, to pause. And the first thing was that as a former banker, I saw this product called Venmo, chop the knees, right, off of traditional banking. And for the first time, you saw an opportunity for people to create a peer-to-peer connection with each other and an exchange of value And ultimately, that became this wonderful technology that created people to say peer-to-peer payments are existent. Now, I don't have to go to the ATM to pay you back for that pizza that we had at dinner last night. The second thing that happened is that the sharing economy actually became an industry. And it was projected by 2026 to be a $350 billion industry. So that was pretty amazing to sort of really take into account that Airbnb and Lyft and Uber and these bike share programs that were popping up all over the country in different cities could actually we be at a point in society where we were willing to share our excess capacity. Oh my God, we weren't willing to do that. And still, like 5,000 years ago, we were doing a lot of it. 500 years ago, we were doing a lot of it. But the fact that people were like, I have an excess of something, I want to share it with you. And I was able to, see people commercialize this now with these large organizations and grow teams around this concept. The third thing that happened is that you started to have this beautiful discussion around a form of technology that had an open ledger to it, right? The blockchain, this idea that I can now increase my understanding of, how accounting various forms of exchange of value could be on an open ledger that was now going to be immutable. So you couldn't tweak it and try to edit it. And then it was the basis for this other alternative currency called Bitcoin, that started to really explode, was just tremendous, right? Because for the first time, we were starting to put value on something that had nothing to do with fiat currency. It had something to do with like this open ledger where people trusted the platform enough that this currency could reside on it. So when those three things happened in society in 2015, I lived in the Hollywood Hills and I got a real clear download that it was time to create a platform in which we increase the ability of this exchange amongst people that increase the ability for us to care for each other even more deeply, even more efficiently. So I took the model of Visa, Mr. D. Hock founded Visa, which essentially revolutionized digital currency transactions, to now taking that model and creating something called Ying, which is to create peer-to-peer group skill sharing transactions. And so that's the history, and that was the journey, that was the story. And I was able to be blessed to get folks like Matt Mullenweg, who's the co-founder of Automatic, and Ikram Magnum Ishmael, who's the co-founder of Venmo, and other beautiful souls, Dream Hampton, Terry Hines, all these wonderful people to say, yes, we see that vision, and we want to invest in it. So I've raised about 1.3 million so far, and we've been able to now build our second iteration of the platform.
Wow. Well, we see the vision too. I see the vision. The very first time that we spoke, I was like buzzing with energy because I was so excited that someone in the world is doing this. And, it's like when everyone kind of feels resonant that like, yeah, that's something that should be happening. That's something that should be around next, or at the very least, I would like it to be, and that kind of becomes a consensus. Well, then the only gating factor is that there's not the carrier method yet for it to be reality. Right. And you're bridging that gap in the world. You're making that, available to become a reality. So I'm deeply grateful. I think it's amazing.
Thank you. It's a lifestyle. It's not even a platform, right? It's a lifestyle.
Well, it is, because, who knows what kind of tech might be obsolete 100 years from now, but what you're doing is modeling something that is connective about humanity, a lifestyle, a way that we live. And maybe the tech can change years and years and years and years as we go on. But I think foundationally, this is just brilliant. And I'm sure everyone listening agrees. I know you guys were founded, Ying was founded in 2015, right? You've come a long way. You're on the second iteration tech. Tell us about the movement. What's happening right now as this is emerging?
Yeah. Oh, well, the core, I identify as an Afro-Indigenous Euro. So I'm a multiracial being. And I think when I think about in my generation, which is after Woodstock, but I always hearken back to Woodstock. But in my generation, it was Benetton, right? Which was this beautiful, very hyper diverse clothing brand that really went radical, right? With their ads. And I just get so excited about bringing Woodstock vibes to Benetton vibes, right? And so when I think about the movement, it's called villaging, right? It's bringing back a sense of just desire and care to be intentionally in community with each other in a way where we really do show up truly with certain values that say you matter and we matter. We all together actually have a call to build a better tomorrow for all of us, right? So we are launching on September 21st, our inaugural event. Now, it's intentional to have chosen Philadelphia, not just because I was born and raised in Germantown, Philadelphia, but I don't think a lot of people understand that it was really the grandfather of all the tribes, our Lenape brothers and sisters, are from that region along the Schuylkill River, right? That matters because during that period, we also had an atrocity happen on those grounds, right? We had real atrocity take place. We also then had slaves being brought in, right? So there was a lot of backdrop that didn't necessarily create a harmonious connection. But years later, we also then had the Constitution of the United States, which one of my grandfathers was the Vice President of the United States, Aaron Burr. So he and all of us sort of make up this moment in Philly where we have an opportunity to rebirth a new pathway, right? To rewrite some of the wrongs, but also do it in a hyper-inclusive way of celebration, right? Celebration of what can be. And so I think going back to this idea of villaging, and it's not about segregation any or who was wrong or did, but like really celebrating humanity. And so we're going to gather with good food, you know, good music, good speakers that kind of come together, and we begin to talk about how can we start to share our skills for a common goal. So we'll literally have almost like that matchmaking. We'll have this fun exercise where we do group skill sharing, you know, in the context of this background. And we'll have speakers who are leaders in the city and the community talk and highlight and say, here's what I'd love to offer, but this is also what I'm looking for, right? So it'll set the tone for others in the gathering to do that. And then we'll hearken back. We'll have craftsmanships and artisans also highlight some of the skills that they are bringing to the table. And we'll talk about the gigs that are available, right? So we want to make this relevant, but yet hearken back to the old ways of us coming together in community. And so that's in Philadelphia, launching September 21st.
Yeah, it's going to be like just a real live event. Like it's happening right there in front of you.
Correct. Correct.
It's amazing. Correct. I want to go a little bit deeper into this villaging movement because it's fascinating to me for a number of reasons. And I wonder if there are other people who, like me, as a young person, maybe, 20 years old. At that time, I was married. I was about to buy a house, and I started setting things up like buying a lawnmower and things like that for my home. And I remember thinking to myself, are we in a weird system that where I'm buying a lawnmower, but my neighbor also has a lawnmower there. My other next door neighbor also has a lawnmower. Like all the people on the street are going to go over to Home Depot and buy another lawnmower. I'm like, it feels silly. Like, why we have a community garden? Why don't we have a community like tool shed or something where you just walk a block or two and use a thing. And then that way the whole community has 25 or 30 times whatever that amount is that can be invested in something else. And then even cooler if you invest it in something else intentionally, right? And so at that time, I thought I was just kind of crazy because I'm like, Tammy, like, don't break something. Like, just go get your lawnmower. But I also was fortunate enough to be around people who were practicing intentional community and even being experimental in how they might be able to help, just, I guess, share the load of whatever there was to do. And so they ended up getting this big home. It was like an old converted mansion.
Wow.
And several family, like 9 different families lived there. And it was cool because they like shared childcare and other things. And I didn't live there myself, but I observed this and they were my dear friends. So I felt like I got to learn from their kind of pioneering in my local community and see what they were able to accomplish together. And they built some really amazing things. Now I didn't know what to do with that information because I couldn't just emulate it myself. I didn't have a big mansion to convert and move into with other people.
Right.
And so when you're talking about this as a lifestyle, I get all lit up because I'm thinking this is an avenue for anyone to participate right where they're at, right? And so talk to us a little bit about that. How do people get involved with this as a lifestyle?
Yeah, and I guess it's phases, right? Like there's different levels of how deep people feel that they're connected with what we're sharing around the concept. Some people might say, you know what, I'm good with the PTA that I've got. I don't mind, for adopting a group skill sharing concept and application like this. I'm okay, because actually it does help me. I'm okay with the PTA level. Some people might say, wow, I love that development over there, honey, because I just discovered that they do a lot of things together in the development. We still have our own houses and maybe a couple acres to ourselves or an acre to ourselves, but I like the idea that this particular development has that going on, right? Some people may live in a community, in a rural community, where they'd like to be a little bit more connected. The pandemic really got to them and they want to kind of get back into connection. So then a community could certainly adopt the platform in that way. And maybe have a monthly meetup of villaging and take some of our sort of materials that we have for groups that want, or communities that want to start villaging. We have a wonderful how-to. And so they might want to go that level. There are friends of mine, Tammy, that are probably some of the same tribe members that we both have in our lives, right? That are literally buying land and doing homesteads and activating this 20, 30 friends in a community that's maybe 150 acres or more, and saying, we're going to start our own vibe, right? We're going to start our own community. And it's beautiful to see these extremes. But in every case, we're there, right? From a platform perspective for you to start up your group skill sharing account. I'm even seeing, interestingly enough, in corporations, that because of the pandemic, there was a moment where people were just like, wait a minute, I'm not doing that 9 to 5. That's not working for me. When you look at 4 million people that resigned in April, it's the great resignation, but then now the quiet resignation, where people are kind of checking out because they don't feel the workforce is as empathetic as they need them to be, especially after journeying through the pandemic. So some corporations are saying, we need to bring a village mindset back to the workforce. How do we create more team members that feel like they're deeper than just like, oh, I got to get that memo off to accounting, but now I've got to, no, actually pause. Hey, Ed, how are you doing today? Like, how's your family? Let me check in. You good? Can I be of service to you in any way? So corporations are even going through this idea of villaging. Like, how do I bring back a sense of empathy amongst my coworkers? So I would say it's going to range, because we live in the society we live in and we've been so consumer focused. So depending at whatever you're at, wherever you're at, if I have a resource, like you said, a lawnmower, I now am at least getting wired to think about how I can start sharing that more. Like, how can I be very mindful of all the excess I have? Like, you know, if there's a fire that happened in California, you could see communities come out and say, give them our clothes. Like, let's share the clothes. You've had all of those clothes stored up in the closet. My hope is that we will have taken all of these world climate oriented, in some cases, or pandemic oriented moments, and allow us to step back and be like, wow, we should be proud. A lot of us did show up for each other in ways that we could have never, ever imagined. So now, why don't we take that and begin to look at how we do this more?
Wow, that is so deeply powerful, Carla. That's amazing. Yeah, I mean, I think that you're spot on with what everybody has just come through with the pandemic together, and kind of having this shared experience, and also reframing what really, like, what does it mean to have my needs met? What do I really want to be doing with my life? And it's interesting, I just recently was at the UN. I was there for the global nuclear disarmament talks, and they, you know, the UN just recently came out with this initiative around human security. And human security is a new topic. It's a new kind of buzzword, but it's not really widely spread yet or widely known yet. But it's basically that they were recognizing that in order for us to move all of the goals forward, the Sustainable Development Goals, they can't just be isolated and siloed. And we need to look at this in the larger, more holistic context. And we need to be listening, leading with listening, which is an empathetic practice. We know exactly what you're talking about, that we as humans each kind of discovered around in the world and humanity, but the UN, representing the global states, is also recognizing this and saying now, hey, here's this new initiative. In order for us to move this forward, we have to listen first and ensure that we have people-centered solutions being proposed, not just band-aids that appear to, you know, help the whatever the symptom or the problem was. So yeah, I think
I'm glad that you said that, because that holistic approach, and especially coming from the UN around the SDGs, is so critical. We've operated in such a silo way of thinking for far too long, right? One of the indigenous principles, just in general, is that we see the entire biosphere, right, as one humanity, or we call it humanity, right? But it's really one ecosystem. And us humans are part of that ecosystem. We happen to be a powerful conscious part of the ecosystem, so much so that we're damaging the ecosystem, right, to a certain degree. But the fact that we can now take a pause and say, wait a minute, we have the ability to consciously think about how we create balance now. You know, how do we understand that all parts equal the whole? And that if any parts far to the extreme, it's going to impact the other. So how do we now begin to rewire, right, balance in the system, in the matrix? Because we're all part of the matrix, right? And so that's what's exciting, is that the SDGs, which is a huge part, right, the Sustainable Development Goals that the UN has put out, if we can start to look at, they're actually part of a puzzle, and we start to do metrics around it appropriately, and programs then that impact those metrics, now we've got a data set that we can actually begin to manage long term. So I'm glad that now we're having that conversation.
Yeah, me too. That's what I am feeling so impressed upon me right now, is that this is not just an idea that you came up with that was a good idea. This is the thing that is happening in the world. Like, humanity's moving forward in this way, everyone's catching on, and you are here building actually the platform to make it happen and shaping the movement. So
Ashe aho. We together, right? Unifying. We are unifying, right? An opportunity for us to understand our role. Mr. Dihak, again, I go back, when he founded Visa, if you haven't read his book, it's called The Chaotic Model. The Chaotic Model. Within that, we have to understand that we're all part of this movement, right? Which is why we wanted to create a movement. We are way more than an app, right? We're a lifestyle. So if we want, and I almost say movements are great, but they're not lifestyles. You have a movement for a moment and then you're done. But we're really about a lifestyle. That's about having fun. That's about having new technology tied to it. All of this yummy stuff, right? But with that said, it is so clear to me that everyone has their part to be a part of this, which I think of Unify, and what you all have been doing is such a beautiful foundation for a deeper partnership and relationship, because we get to then embrace this lifestyle together, and everyone's gonna find their way and find what they're willing to do in the midst of it. And that's great. I celebrate all of that. But what's powerful is that we are actually living, Tammy, in this moment where we get to walk this vision out. Our ancestors sacrificed so much, but now we, you and I, right, and others get to like say, everything we need, guys, is right here. It's like right here, right now. No longer do we talk about separate and this and that. And yes, there's still atrocities happening. There's human trafficking, there's race. Okay, all of that. But we have to start leveraging a lexicon of what we want to truly imagine and feel. And that's now. We have everything we need right now. This is when the pivot happens.
absolutely. And you're right. We do. We have everything we need right now. We are already each key players in this, whether we know it or not. It's just about letting the truth come up and emerge, right, of what our role is going to be. I love this. So September 21st is the launch, which everybody can tune in. It's going to be, you're going to have it broadcast somewhere. You guys are going to be on site there in Philadelphia. And then where can people find you? Where can they hear more about Ying or sign up for the app or all that?
Sure. So you want to go to yingme.co and you'll be able to join our actual wait list. That wait list, you will now receive emails that will go straight out to you when we launch 2.5, which will be on iOS and Android. So we're now literally getting ready for people to go ahead, sign the wait list, join that platform. But then not only that, what if you want right now, you have the ability to go and sign up if you'd like to do villaging in your community. That's right now, right? So yingme.co, you click on the movement and you'll be able to go ahead and say, hey, we'd like to start villaging in our community. And that could be your corporation or your local neighborhood or a nonprofit organization. If you want to embrace this idea of becoming one again, right? Not even in a, people say it's, oh, woo woo. No. This is in a very practical way. Recognizing that we all have innate values to give and we have the ability to share it. The other piece too is you'll be getting a Visa debit card. And people are like, what? We have an opportunity, right, for each individual to be their own gig worker and working for people and organizations and missions you care most about and getting paid for.
Wow.
Earning a living.
That is so next level. So first of all, I'm going to go right now as soon as we're done with our talk to yingme.co, and we'll make sure that it's in the comments as well for people to be able to get to, because I definitely want to be waitlisted. But the diving into the villaging now piece is huge. So for that, you said you click on movement and you get to be involved with this just right where you're
Right.
at.
Right.
And,
Exactly.
and sign up for a Visa debit card.
There you go. There you go. Exactly. And we get to celebrate, right? A new movement that's hyper inclusive, that allows all of us to live in a way that gives us a deeper connection of the everyday transactions that happen. And I think that's key.
It is. I mean, I agree wholeheartedly. I'm excited to work with you further, Carla, as Unify and Ying partner together to be able to bring this opportunity to more people in the world. I hope that everyone tuning in with Unify will check this out, because this is the future. This is the future. And Carla, thank you so much for being with us today. You are a blessing to me, a blessing to the world, a blessing to Unify.
Wow.
And
Wow.
this has just been a great, great pleasure. Thank you, my friend.
Well, thank you, and Om Shanti, Ashe, and Aho, right? To all of the people that literally want to now live a world that's in balance.
You're beautiful, you're perfect, and oh so pure. You're our mother, and we love you. We're grateful to be here. We honor you and we respect you for all that you give. Without you, we'd have no place to live.
We're sorry we hurt you, for we were asleep at the time. We're finally awake now, and see you are divine.
We were silly to think that you are something to own. But you are alive. You are on a planet. You're the place we call home.
We're your children. You're our mother. And it's time to play fair. There's plenty for everyone if we just learn to share.
There's no need to hurt or fight one another. Every person's my sibling, sister, or brother.
We didn't mean to disrespect you with toxins and pollutions, but we're working together and we have tons of solutions. We've learned our lessons from the contrast we see. We raised the white flag so world peace comes to be. What a beautiful predicament we've got ourselves in. With all that we face,
this is our best place to begin.
As human beings, it's time we own our power.
It's not 11 o'clock. This is the first hour.
It's funny, don't you think, that love is the solution.
To end all wars, poverty, and pollution.
We've been given this great chance to all come together so that future generations